Welcome to Velveta. Sounds of sleep, your serene escape for dreamers, thinkers, and those seeking peaceful rest. This is where the day's noise fades and the magic of a peaceful night gently begins. Take a deep, calming breath. Close your eyes. We will guide you with soft-spoken stories and ambient narratives, helping you drift into the peace you deserve. Forget the distractions. Simply listen. Press play, and let your journey to tranquil sleep begin. Sweet dreams await. Welcome, weary traveler, as the northern winds carry us to a different world. A realm of fjords and forests, of sagas whispered beside roaring hearths, and of gods who strode across the storm-lit sky. Tonight, our journey leaves behind the marble forms of Rome and sail northward into the mists of Scandinavia, where the age of the Vikings begins. Here, amid icy seas and endless twilight, a people forged by hardship and wonder rose to prominence, driven by hunger for land, wealth, and glory. Their story is one of warriors and raiders, of poets and dreamers, of kings and outlaws, an age where myth and reality entwined, and where the crash of the Longship upon the shore was the herald of destiny. The roots of the Viking Age lie deep in the rugged landscapes of Scandinavia. Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, lands of mountains, fjords, and thick forests, shaped the character of their inhabitants. Harsh winters demanded resilience. Brief summers demanded labor and skill. The soil was thin, the land poor for farming, yet the seas offered bounty: fish, seals, whales, and above all, the promise of distant shores. A Norse farmer, fisherman, and warrior lived in constant negotiation with nature, never separate from it, always tested by it. Life in this unforgiving land produced a people both practical and daring, their eyes fixed not only on survival but on opportunity beyond the horizon. This geography was not merely physical but spiritual. To the Norse, the world itself was mythic, infused with divine presence. Their cosmology was vast and layered. Midgard, the realm of men, lay at the center, encircled by oceans and bound together by the great ash tree Yggdrasil, whose roots and branches stretched across all realms. Above lay Asgard, the home of the gods, the Aesir, led by Odin, all-father of wisdom and war, and Thor, defender of mankind with his hammer Mjolnir. Beyond lay Vanaheim, Jotunheim, and realms of elves, dwarves, and giants. Below, Niflheim and Muspelheim seethed with ice and fire, the primordial forces of creation. To live in the Viking world was to live at the intersection of myth and reality, where the gods were near and fate was woven by the Norns, inescapable and final. Norse religion was less about doctrine and more about lived ritual, custom, and poetry. Sacrifices were made in sacred groves and by holy springs. Great feasts were held in honor of the gods, where ale flowed and skalds sang of heroic deeds. Courage was not simply a virtue but a sacred necessity, for death in battle might win a place in Valhalla, Odin's Hall of the Slain, where warriors prepared for Ragnarok, the final battle that would one day consume gods and men alike. Yet Norse belief was never despairing. It was proud, fierce, and full of humor, celebrating life even as it acknowledged its brevity. Their myths, preserved in the poetic and prose Eddas, spoke of trickster Loki's schemes, of Freyja's beauty and sorrow, of Thor's endless struggle against giants, and of Odin's endless quest for wisdom, even at the cost of his eye. Scandinavian society was shaped by these values. Power lay with local chieftains, jarls who commanded loyalty through generosity, honor, and force of arms. Beneath them stood free farmers and warriors, carls, who owed allegiance but also demanded fair leadership. At the bottom were thralls, slaves captured in war or born into servitude, vital to the economy, yet devoid of freedom. Unlike many societies, Norse women held a notable degree of autonomy. They could inherit property, divorce, and wield influence within their households. Some even took up arms or led expeditions, their deeds remembered in sagas and runic inscriptions. This society, bound by law yet ever restless, prized independence, personal honor, and the courage to seek one's fortune on land or sea. Yet for all their ties to tradition, the Scandinavians were also innovators. They mastered shipbuilding like no other people of their time, crafting sleek, flexible longships that could cross oceans and slip into shallow rivers alike. They carved runes into wood and stone, leaving behind messages of faith, grief, and triumph. They wove sagas and poetry so intricate that even today, its echoes remain hauntingly beautiful. Above all, they carried in their hearts a hunger, sometimes born of necessity, sometimes of ambition, that pushed them outward into the world. The Viking Age is often said to begin in 793 CE, with the infamous raid on the monastery of Lindisfarne, an event that shocked Christendom and announced the arrival of a new force on the European stage. But to understand why the Vikings burst forth in such ferocity, we must see their roots. A hard land, a mythic worldview, and a society that valued courage above all. The age was not born in a single moment, but ripened over centuries, until geography, belief, and opportunity combined into a storm that would sweep across Europe and beyond. The year was 793 CE, when the quiet rhythm of life on the northeast coast of England was shattered by the thunder of oars and the cries of strange, fearsome men. Lindisfarne, a small tidal island home to a holy monastery, had stood for over a century as a beacon of Christian devotion. Its monks copied manuscripts by hand, lit candles in prayer, and lived in peaceful austerity at the edge of the known world. To them, the sea was a barrier, a protective distance from the turmoil of the continent. But on a summer's day, the horizon darkened with sails. Longships, swift and shallow, skimmed the waves like predators. From them poured warriors clad in leather, chain, and fur, carrying axes, spears, and round shields painted with strange symbols. These were the Northmen, the sea kings of legend, and their arrival marked the dawn of the Viking Age. The attack was swift and merciless. The monks, unarmed and unprepared, were cut down or carried off into slavery. Gold and silver chalices were seized, manuscripts and holy relics destroyed, altars desecrated. Those who survived fled inland, spreading tales of horror that shook all of Christendom. To the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, the raid was a sign of divine wrath. The harrying of the heathen miserably destroyed God's church on Lindisfarne, with plunder and slaughter. To contemporaries, it was more than a raid. It was an apocalypse. The sacred and the profane had collided, and Europe understood that it faced a new kind of enemy, swift, brutal, and utterly alien. But why Lindisfarne? And why then? The Norsemen had been seafarers and traders for centuries, their ships venturing as far as the Baltic, the North Sea, and the rivers of the East. They knew the coasts of Britain well. What changed in the late 8th century was a convergence of need and opportunity. Scandinavia's population was rising, straining the limited farmland of Norway, Denmark, and Sweden. Ambitious younger sons, deprived of inheritance, sought wealth and honor abroad. The consolidation of kingdoms in Europe, like Charlemagne's Frankish Empire, created wealthy but vulnerable targets. The monasteries, filled with treasure yet unguarded by soldiers, were irresistible. To the Vikings, the riches of Christendom lay waiting like ripe fruit. The shock of Lindisfarne echoed far beyond Northumbria. It shattered the illusion that Christian Europe was safe at its edges. The North Sea, once a barrier, became a highway for raiders. Within a few years, more attacks followed. Monasteries at Jarrow and Iona were plundered. Irish coasts were harried, and the Isle of Man was raided. By the 820s, Viking fleets struck deep into Ireland, establishing fortified bases known as Longforce, the seeds of future towns like Dublin. To the Franks, the raids were equally devastating. In 843, Vikings sailed up the Seine and sacked Rouen. In 845, they besieged Paris itself. The terror spread with every new fleet. Europe, long accustomed to wars between kings and tribes, now faced an enemy that came from the sea without warning, striking and vanishing before armies could respond. To contemporaries, the Northmen seemed like creatures out of nightmare. Tall, fair-haired, armed with axes that could cleave shields in two, they appeared in the mist without herald. Their gods were alien, their ways savage. Yet their violence was matched by cunning. Unlike the plotting armies of Europe, Viking raiders were mobile, unpredictable, and devastatingly effective. They struck not only for plunder but for captives, whom they sold in thriving slave markets stretching from Dublin to Constantinople. The suddenness of their arrival and the ferocity of their attacks gave birth to centuries of fear. So much so that churches across Europe added a prayer. From the fury of the Northmen, deliver us, O Lord. Yet, to see the Vikings only as destroyers is to miss their complexity. The very same men who slaughtered monks also traded peacefully with Frisians, Anglo-Saxons, and Slavs. Viking ships carried amber, furs, and walrus ivory southward, and returned with wine, silver, and fine textiles. The line between raider and trader was thin, often determined by circumstance and opportunity. A chief might raid one coast, then negotiate a treaty on another, demanding tribute in exchange for peace. Europe, bewildered, had to adapt. Fortified towns arose, armies grew more disciplined, and kings learned to bargain as much as to fight. The raid on Lindisfarne did more than inaugurate an age of terror. It announced the arrival of a new power in European history. For the first time, the peoples of Scandinavia burst outward into the wider world, not merely as traders or wanderers, but as a force that would reshape kingdoms, redraw borders, and spread their culture far and wide. The shock of Lindisfarne reverberated for generations, but it was only the beginning. Ahead lay centuries of war, conquest, and discovery, in which the Vikings would be both scourge and settlers, destroyers and builders, feared enemies and indispensable allies. The world had changed, and the sails of the Longships would haunt European shores for nearly 300 years. If there was one creation that defined the Viking Age more than any other, it was the ship. Not merely a vessel of wood and sail, but the very soul of Norse culture. The ship was at once a weapon, a home, a symbol of status, and a bridge to the wider world. Without the Longship, there could have been no raids, no explorations, no settlements across distant shores. The ship was freedom itself, cutting across oceans and rivers with unmatched speed and grace, carrying the dreams of Scandinavia to the ends of the earth. The origins of Viking seafaring lay in centuries of experimentation with wood, wind, and water. By the 8th century, Scandinavian shipwrights had perfected a design that married strength with flexibility. The clinker-built hull, overlapping planks fastened with iron rivets, gave the vessel both lightness and durability. The keel, long and narrow, allowed the ship to slice through waves, yet ride shallow enough to slip into rivers and land on beaches where no harbor existed. A single mast bore a square sail, woven of wool and dyed in bold colors: red, black, gold, often patterned in checks or stripes. When the wind failed, long rows of oars dipped into the sea, propelling the ship with relentless rhythm. The result was a vessel unmatched in its age, capable of sailing the open ocean yet also navigating inland rivers, hundreds of miles from the sea. The Longship came in many forms, each suited to purpose. The Drakar, or dragon ship, with its carved prow of serpents or beasts, was the warship of kings, built for speed and intimidation. Some stretched more than 30 meters, carrying crews of 60 or more, each man with an oar in hand. These ships could cover vast distances, their dragon-headed prows striking fear into the hearts of coastal villagers who saw them cresting the horizon. Smaller Skade and Schneckia ships carried raiding bands, agile and swift, slipping silently into rivers by night. For trade and settlement, broader Nar vessels carried cargo: furs, timber, iron, and even livestock. A Viking chieftain's wealth was often measured not in gold, but in ships, for a fleet was the true mark of power. Ships were not only tools, but sacred objects. The prow carvings, whether dragon, serpent, or raven, were thought to ward off evil spirits and intimidate enemies. Before voyages, rituals were held, sacrifices made, runes carved, and omens read. The ship was so central to Norse identity that it followed them into death. Great chieftains were buried in their ships, surrounded by weapons, treasure, and sometimes even sacrificed animals or slaves, all to accompany them into the afterlife. The Oseberg burial in Norway, uncovered in the early 20th century, revealed a stunning example. A richly carved longship buried with 2 women, their graves filled with tapestries, sledges, and household goods. A voyage into eternity preserved in earth and timber. The Longship gave the Vikings an advantage no other people of their time could match: mobility. European armies were slow, tied to roads, dependent on supply trains. Castles and towns were strong against land attack, but open to the sea. The Vikings struck like lightning, appearing without warning, vanishing just as quickly. A monastery in Ireland or a village in Francia could be plundered before news even reached the nearest lord. Rivers became highways of conquest. The Seine, the Loire, the Thames, the Volga, all bore the keels of longships. Even great cities like Paris and Constantinople trembled when Viking sails appeared on the horizon. But ships carried not only warriors, they carried settlers, dreamers, and explorers. Families loaded their belongings onto Nars and sailed to new lands: Iceland, Greenland, even Vinland in North America. Merchants guided their ships eastward, carrying furs, amber, and walrus ivory to trade for silver silk and spices from the Abbasid Caliphate. Adventurers entered the service of kings abroad, their ships bringing them to the courts of Frankish lords, Slavic princes, and Byzantine emperors. Wherever the Longship sailed, it carried with it the influence of Scandinavia, planting Norse culture far from its cold homeland. The design of the Longship became legendary, even in its own time. Chroniclers in Francia and England marveled at their speed, noting that no fleet could catch them, no fortress could stop them. Centuries later, when Europeans once more crossed the seas in their age of exploration, they would rediscover principles the Vikings had long mastered. To the Norse, however, the ship was not innovation. It was destiny. It was the instrument through which their world expanded, the canvas upon which their history was painted. In the Longship, we see the essence of the Viking Age: daring, mobility, and the blending of war and exploration. Without it, the Northmen would have remained isolated in their fjords, unknown beyond their shores. With it, they became the scourge and the wonder of the medieval world, feared and admired in equal measure. The dragon-headed prow, cresting the waves beneath a blood-red sail, was more than wood and cloth. It was the very symbol of freedom, adventure, and the restless spirit that defined the Vikings. Once the first strike at Lindisfarne had revealed the weakness of Europe's coastal defenses, the floodgates opened. Year after year, longships poured across the North Sea, their sails blotting out the horizon. The West, England, Ireland, and the Frankish kingdoms lay exposed before the fury of the Northmen. Villages that had once lived in peace with the rhythm of the seasons now lived in dread, scanning the sea for dragon-prowed shadows. To these lands, the Vikings brought not just terror, but transformation, reshaping kingdoms and planting the seeds of new societies. In England, the raids grew ever bolder. At first, monasteries were the primary targets, for they were rich in treasure and poor in defenders. Monks in their white robes, clutching relics and manuscripts, were no match for axe-wielding raiders. From Lindisfarne to Jarrow, the holy places of Northumbria were stripped bare. Yet soon the Vikings pressed further. By the mid-9th century, entire fleets descended on the coast, not just to raid, but to conquer. They wintered in England, something unheard of before, building fortified camps from which they launched deeper strikes inland. By 865, the so-called Great Heathen Army had arrived, a coalition of warriors who swept across Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, toppling rulers and carving out their own dominions. Ireland, too, felt the Viking storm. The island's monasteries, famed for their illuminated manuscripts and intricate art, drew raiders like moths to flame. Iona, Kells, Clonmacnoise, all were attacked. Yet the Vikings did not merely plunder and leave. They established permanent bases, long forts along the coasts and rivers. These fortified encampments grew into towns, Dublin, Waterford, Limerick, that would become lasting centers of trade and power. In Ireland, Norsemen became not only raiders, but settlers, marrying into local families, adopting Gaelic customs, and giving birth to the hybrid Norse-Gael culture. Out of violence came something unexpected: integration, exchange, and a new identity. Further south, the Frankish lands bore the brunt of Viking ambition. The Franks were wealthy, heirs to Charlemagne's empire, but their rivers were highways straight to the heart of their riches. The Seine, the Loire, the Garonne, all invited the Longships inland. In 845, a fleet led by the legendary Ragnar Lodbrok sailed up the Seine and laid siege to Paris. The city trembled. King Charles the Bald, unable to repel the raiders, paid a massive ransom in gold and silver to spare it. To the Vikings, tribute was as valuable as plunder, and they returned again and again, turning extortion into a profession. Paris would endure multiple sieges over the next century, its walls blackened by fire, and its rulers humbled by northern steel. For the Franks, the Viking threat was existential. Monasteries burned, villages emptied, trade faltered. The empire splintered, local lords fortifying their lands to survive. Yet from this chaos emerged new strategies. Castles multiplied across the countryside, stone fortifications that the Vikings could not easily breach. Local militias grew, learning to respond quickly to raids, and eventually, the Franks turned Viking ferocity into alliance. They offered land in exchange for loyalty, a bargain that would one day create Normandy, the land of the Northmen. But that lay still ahead. For now, the rivers of Francia ran red with fire and silver. The psychological impact of the Viking raids was immense. Chroniclers wrote with horror of pagans from the north, who spared neither monk nor maiden, who mocked the crucifix and worshipped strange gods. To Christians, these raids seemed like divine punishment, a scourge sent by God. Yet even as they cursed the raiders, they could not help but marvel at their daring. Who else could sail across stormy seas, strike at the heart of kingdoms, and vanish before armies could assemble? The Vikings became both feared and grudgingly respected, their reputation spreading from Spain to Italy. In 844, they even raided Seville in Muslim-controlled Al-Andalus, clashing with the Caliphate itself. No shore seemed safe, no city too distant. But behind the terror was also opportunity. Some rulers struck deals with Viking leaders, paying tribute or hiring them as mercenaries. Others traded with them, exchanging silver for furs, weapons, and slaves. The boundaries between raider, trader, and settler blurred. Many Norsemen who came west did not return to Scandinavia at all. They stayed, claimed land, married locals, and founded dynasties. The Irish Norse, the Anglo-Scandinavians, the Norman dukes, all were children of this violent encounter. By the close of the 9th century, the West had been transformed. England was fractured, with great swaths under Norse rule in the Danelaw. Ireland bore towns of Viking foundation. Francia, battered and humbled, began the long adaptation that would eventually birth Normandy. The raids had begun as sudden storms from the sea, but they were evolving into something larger, more permanent. The Vikings were no longer mere raiders. They were becoming settlers, rulers, and a force woven into the fabric of Europe itself. The Frankish world was rich, fertile, and divided. After the death of Charlemagne, his empire splintered under his heirs, leaving behind kingdoms ripe for attack. For the Vikings, the rivers of Francia were not barriers, but highways. Their longships glided up the Seine, the Loire, the Rhine, and the Garonne, carrying warriors deep into the heart of the land. The monasteries of northern France, with their golden chalices and jewel-covered reliquaries, were easy prey. But soon, the Norse ambition grew bolder. No longer content with plundering villages, they set their sights on the great cities of the Franks themselves. The most legendary of these attacks came in 845 CE, when a fleet said to number more than 120 longships, led by Ragnar Lodbrok, half warrior, half legend, sailed up the Seine toward Paris. The sight must have been terrifying. A forest of dragon-headed prows gliding across the water, sails painted in red and black, oars dipping in unison. The city of Paris, though defended by walls on its Ile de la Cité, was vulnerable. King Charles the Bald, grandson of Charlemagne, hastily gathered an army to block the Norsemen. But Ragnar struck with brutal precision, capturing men and hanging them as sacrifices to Odin along the riverbanks, sending terror rippling ahead of his fleet. When he reached Paris, the citizens huddled behind their walls, watching helplessly as the raiders spread fire and death along the river. Charles, unwilling to risk destruction, chose negotiation over confrontation. He paid an enormous ransom, 7,000 pounds of silver, to persuade Ragnar and his men to leave. To the Franks, it was humiliation. To the Vikings, it was validation. Tribute became as profitable as plunder, and Paris became a prize worth returning to again and again. For decades, Viking fleets besieged it, testing its defenses, forcing its rulers to pay ever larger sums. The city that would one day dominate medieval Europe was baptized in fire and fear at the hands of the Northmen. The Franks, however, were not helpless. Over time, they adapted. They built fortified bridges across rivers, blocking the passage of longships. They constructed stone castles to defend their towns. Yet the greatest adaptation came not from war, but from politics. The realization that it was better to settle the Vikings than to fight them endlessly. The most famous example of this came in 911, when a Viking leader named Rollo besieged Paris and Chartres with devastating effect. The Frankish king, Charles the Simple, offered him a bargain: land in exchange for peace. Rollo accepted, swearing fealty to the king and promising to defend the Seine from other raiders. The land granted to him became known as Normannia, the land of the Northmen, Normandy. This was no mere concession, but the birth of something new. Rollo and his descendants became dukes of Normandy, blending Norse vigor with Frankish culture. They converted to Christianity, intermarried with local nobility, and adopted the French language. Yet, they retained their martial spirit and their appetite for expansion. Within a century and a half, their descendants would conquer England under William the Conqueror, forever altering European history. From raiders to rulers, the Vikings had transformed themselves, leaving behind not only ashes, but enduring dynasties. The siege of Paris and the creation of Normandy were symbols of the Viking Age's dual nature. At first, they seemed like an unstoppable storm, bringing only destruction. But gradually, they became part of the very fabric of Europe. Their raids forced kingdoms to strengthen, adapt, and evolve. Their settlements created new cultures that blended Scandinavian and European traditions. Normandy itself would stand as a bridge between the Viking North and the Frankish heartlands, producing some of the most powerful rulers of the Middle Ages. Yet even as some Norsemen settled, others continued their restless expansion. While Rollo carved out a duchy in Francia, fleets still sailed toward England, Ireland, and Spain. Others pushed east, along the rivers of Russia, and south toward Byzantium. The Frankish world had bent, adapted, and absorbed the Viking onslaught. But the tide of Norse ambition was far from spent. Paris had survived, Normandy had been born, but the dragon ship still prowled the seas, seeking new horizons. When the Great Heathen Army landed in England in 865 CE, it marked a new phase of the Viking Age. No longer were the raiders content with hit-and-run attacks, carrying off treasure and slaves before slipping back to sea. Now they came in great numbers, with wives, children, and entire communities, intent on conquering and ruling. The Anglo-Saxon kingdoms of England, Northumbria, Mercia, East Anglia, and Wessex were divided, each too weak to resist the storm alone. The Danes and their allies saw not only wealth but fertile land, ripe for settlement. Out of their onslaught would emerge the Danelaw, a vast swath of England under Norse control, forever shaping the island's history. The Great Heathen Army was no small band, but a coalition of warlords, reportedly led by the sons of Ragnar Lodbrok, Ivar the Boneless, Halfdan, and Ubba. Legends swirl around them, but history records their devastating path. Northumbria was the first to fall, its capital York captured in 866. Once a seat of Christian learning, York was transformed into a Viking stronghold, its streets filled with Norse settlers and traders. East Anglia fell soon after, its king executed in brutal fashion. Mercia, once powerful, was forced into submission. Only Wessex, under King Alfred, would withstand the fury of the Northmen. What followed was not merely conquest, but colonization. The Vikings established law and order of their own, rooted in Scandinavian custom. Lands were divided among warriors, who settled as farmers, marrying local women and blending Norse and Anglo-Saxon traditions. The very landscape of England changed. Villages took on Norse names ending in -- farm -- thorp -- settlement and thwaite -- clearing. Words from Old Norse entered the English language, from sky to knife, leaving permanent marks. In the courts, Norse law mingled with Saxon tradition, giving birth to hybrid systems of justice. This region became known as the Danelaw, where Norse customs held sway, and the authority of Anglo-Saxon kings was absent. Life in the Danelaw was not all blood and iron. It was also marked by trade, prosperity, and cultural fusion. Viking merchants brought silver coins, which became common currency in England. Archaeological finds reveal bustling marketplaces, where English, Norse, and even traders from as far as the Islamic world exchanged goods. Crafts flourished. Metalwork, weaving, and shipbuilding advanced under the Norse influence. Towns like York, Jorvik as the Norse called it, became vibrant centers of commerce, where artisans forged jewelry of intricate design and skalds sang of Odin and Thor in the same streets where Christian monks still prayed. Yet, the Danelaw was never secure. Wessex, under Alfred the Great, fought fiercely to preserve independence. In 878, Alfred's forces won a decisive victory at the Battle of Edington, forcing the Vikings to retreat and accept a treaty. The peace divided England. The south and west remained Anglo-Saxon, while the north and east lay under Norse rule. For decades, this uneasy coexistence shaped the island, with borders shifting, truces breaking, and alliances forming between Saxon and Dane alike. Alfred's descendants dreamed of reconquest, while Viking warlords sought to expand their dominions. The Danelaw was more than territory. It was a crucible of identity. Here, Norse and Anglo-Saxon worlds collided, blended, and produced something new. Children grew up speaking both tongues, worshipping both Christ and the old gods, until Christianity gradually prevailed. Farmers tilled the same soil, whether they called it by a Saxon or a Norse name. Warriors fought side by side, whether for an Anglo-Saxon king or a Norse jarl. England, fractured and diverse, was learning to live as a land of many peoples. By the early 10th century, the tide began to turn. Alfred's successors, Edward the Elder, Ethelflaed of Mercia, and later Athelstan, launched campaigns to recover lands from the Norse. Slowly, the Danelaw shrank, and by 954, with the expulsion of the last Norse king of York, it formally ended. Yet its impact endured. England's political unity, achieved under Athelstan, was forged in response to the Viking threat. Its culture, language, and law bore permanent Norse imprints. Even its monarchy would later be claimed by descendants of Viking settlers. The Danelaw was a kingdom within a kingdom, a foreign order grafted onto English soil. It was a time of violence and loss, but also of exchange and creation. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, written by monks who saw the Danes as heathen oppressors, could not see the full picture. But history shows that the Danelaw was not merely destruction, it was transformation. From its ashes rose a stronger England, more unified, more complex, and forever shaped by the legacy of the Norse. While Viking raiders struck fear into the kingdoms of the West, back in Scandinavia itself, a different drama unfolded. The forging of a kingdom out of countless rival chiefdoms. Norway, with its deep fjords and towering mountains, had long been a patchwork of independent clans, each ruled by its own jarl. Loyalty was personal, power local, and unity little more than a dream. Yet, in the late 9th century, one ambitious warlord rose above them all, Harald Fairhair, the man remembered as the first king of a united Norway. His story, preserved in saga and legend, is as much myth as fact. Yet it stands as a turning point in Viking history. According to tradition, Harald was a young chieftain from Vestfold who fell in love with Gyda, a proud woman of Hordaland. When he sought her hand, she refused, declaring that she would not marry a man who ruled no more than a few petty valleys. If Harald wanted her, he must first conquer all of Norway. Whether this tale is truth or poetic invention, it captures the ambition that drove Harald. Swearing an oath, he vowed not to cut or comb his hair until he had achieved this feat, hence the epithet fair hair, earned only after his long locks were finally shorn in triumph. Harald's rise was not easy. The Jarls of Norway were fierce and jealous of their independence. Battles raged across fjords and valleys, ships clashing on icy seas, warriors clashing on snowy fields. The decisive moment came at the Battle of Hafrsfjord, near modern Stavanger, around 872. There, Harald faced a coalition of rival chieftains determined to crush his ambition. The clash was titanic. Longships ramming one another, warriors fighting hand-to-hand with sword and axe, the cries of the slain echoing off the cliffs. When the waters stilled, Harald stood victorious. His enemies were slain, scattered, or forced into exile. Norway, for the first time, bowed to one ruler. But unity was fragile. Harald's rule was not a modern monarchy, but a loose overlordship. Local jarls still governed their lands, but now owed allegiance and tribute to him. Many accepted grudgingly, others refused and sailed away. It was in these years that a great wave of emigration began. Dispossessed chieftains and restless warriors left Norway, seeking new lands abroad. Some went west to the Orkneys, Shetlands, and Hebrides, establishing Norse settlements on the fringes of Scotland. Others sailed further, to Iceland, Greenland, and eventually Vinland. In this way, Harald's unification indirectly fueled the outward expansion of the Viking world. Harald's reign also marked the beginnings of centralized power in Norway. He introduced a system of earldoms, placing loyal supporters in key positions. He levied taxes, a deeply unpopular innovation, to fund his authority. He minted no coins and built no great cities. But his rule began the slow transformation of Norway from a patchwork of clans into a kingdom. His sons and grandsons would inherit this mantle, though often they fought one another as fiercely as Harold had fought his rivals. The sagas present Harold as larger than life, a king of destiny. They praise his beauty, his strength, his cunning, and his ferocity. Yet archaeology provides glimpses of a harsher reality. Fortified farms, burnt layers of destruction, and traces of sudden migration. These fragments suggest that Harold's consolidation was as much driven by violence and exile as by vision. To those who followed him, he was both hero and tyrant, the founder of unity and the destroyer of independence. Harold's legacy stretched far beyond Norway's fjords. His descendants continued to rule, intertwining their bloodlines with kings abroad. Through alliances and wars, they became part of the web of European royalty. More importantly, the diaspora sparked by his conquests carried Norse culture to new horizons. Iceland's great sagas, written centuries later, were the product of exiles who traced their fate back to Harold's triumph. The very story of Norse exploration in the Atlantic, Greenland, Vinland, and beyond owes much to the turbulence he unleashed. In the end, Harold Fairhair stands as a symbol. Whether every detail of his saga is true or not, he represents the moment when Norway ceased to be a land of scattered jarls and became something greater. His long hair, uncut until victory, became a metaphor for the patience and ambition required to bind a fractured land together. His victory at Hafrsfjord echoed through generations, remembered as the birth of a kingdom and the spark of a diaspora. In him, the Vikings of Norway found their first king, and Europe found a new power to reckon with on the stormy northern seas. As the grip of kings like Harold Fairhair tightened in Norway, and as opportunities for land grew scarce in Scandinavia, many Vikings turned their eyes westward, toward the unknown horizons of the North Atlantic. There, in the cold and stormy seas, they discovered new lands, remote, windswept islands where hardy settlers carved out lives in some of the most challenging environments on Earth. The colonization of the Faroes and Iceland was more than a search for farmland. It was the continuation of the Viking spirit of exploration, independence, and resilience. The Faroe Islands, lying roughly halfway between Norway and Iceland, were among the first stepping stones in this Atlantic expansion. According to both saga tradition and archaeological evidence, Norse settlers began arriving there in the early 9th century. The islands, a cluster of rugged cliffs and grassy slopes rising out of the sea, were uninhabited save for seabirds and sheep. The Norse brought with them livestock, sheep, goats, and cattle, and established small farms in the sheltered valleys. Life was harsh, the soil thin, and the weather unpredictable. Yet the settlers adapted, fishing the rich waters, herding sheep on the high pastures, and carving out a living on these lonely rocks. The Faroes became not only a home, but a crucial waypoint, a rest stop for ships venturing further west into the Atlantic. It was Iceland, however, that captured the imagination of the Norse. According to the sagas, the first Norseman to deliberately sail to Iceland was Ingolfur Arnarson, who left Norway around 874 CE, seeking freedom from Harold Fairhair's growing power. Legend tells that he cast the carved pillars of his high seat into the sea, vowing to settle wherever they came ashore. They landed at a place he named Reykjavik, the Bay of Smoke, after the steam rising from geothermal vents. There, he and his family established the first permanent settlement, the seed from which Icelandic society would grow. In truth, others had likely reached Iceland earlier, blown off course, or seeking refuge. Celtic monks, known as the Papar, may have lived there before the Norse, leaving behind small traces of habitation. But it was the Vikings who turned Iceland into a thriving colony. Over the next 60 years, waves of settlers arrived, many fleeing Harald's consolidation in Norway, others simply seeking new lands and independence. They brought with them livestock, tools, slaves, and traditions, transforming Iceland from wilderness into a society. By the year 930, the entire habitable coastline was settled, and Iceland had developed its own unique political system, the Althing, one of the world's earliest parliaments. The Althing was a remarkable creation. Without a king, the Icelanders governed themselves through assemblies where free men gathered to settle disputes, make laws, and declare judgments. Chieftains, or godar, held influence, but decisions were collective, reflecting the Norse tradition of local autonomy and negotiation. Each summer, people traveled to Thingvellir, the assembly plains, where law speakers recited the laws from memory, and feuds were resolved, sometimes peacefully, sometimes violently. Here, Iceland forged a society unlike any other in the Viking world, fiercely independent, deeply rooted in tradition, and yet constantly evolving through compromise. Life in Iceland was not easy. Winters were long and brutal, summers brief and uncertain. Volcanic eruptions scarred the land, and the soil was fragile. But the settlers adapted, building turf houses to withstand the cold, relying on livestock and fishing for survival. They hunted seals and whales, gathered driftwood from distant shores, and lived with an acute awareness of nature's power. Isolation fostered creativity. The sagas and eddas, written down centuries later, were the product of this society, preserving the myths, histories, and poetry of the Norse with unmatched richness. The colonization of Iceland was more than survival. It was expansion of identity. The settlers carried with them their gods and traditions, building temples to Thor and Odin. Yet over time, Christianity too would reach these shores, blending with old customs. They carried their language, Old Norse, which in Iceland preserved itself more purely than anywhere else. So much so that modern Icelandic remains strikingly similar. They carried their laws, their sagas, their sense of honor, and their fierce independence. Iceland became not just a colony, but a cultural heartland of the Viking Age, a place where stories of Ragnar, Sigurd, and Odin were recorded for posterity. The Faroe Islands and Iceland represent the Viking balance of pragmatism and vision. On the one hand, they were settlements driven by necessity, overpopulation, political pressure, hunger for land. On the other, they were the embodiment of a restless spirit that could not be confined to fjords and valleys. The same ships that raided Paris also carried families into the unknown, seeking a new life in lands where no plow had ever cut the soil. In their success, we see the Viking genius for adaptation, endurance, and community building. By the dawn of the 10th century, the Viking world stretched further than ever before. From Ireland and England to Iceland and the Faroes, a network of colonies, trade routes, and cultural ties bound together by the sea. Ahead lay even bolder voyages to Greenland and beyond, to the very edge of the known world. But the foundation of that expansion was laid in the windswept pastures of the Faroes, and the volcanic shores of Iceland, where independence and resilience became the hallmarks of Norse life. By the late 10th century, the Norse had settled every habitable corner of Iceland. Farms lined the coast, the Althing governed the island's affairs, and society, though fragile, was firmly established. Yet the Viking spirit of exploration could not be contained. Beyond the western horizon, sailors whispered of new lands. First Greenland, and further still, a mysterious place where grapes grew wild and forests stretched endlessly. These stories were no longer mere rumors, but the beginning of one of the most extraordinary chapters in the Viking Age, the discovery of North America, centuries before Columbus. The saga of Greenland begins with Eric the Red, a fiery and ambitious outlaw. Exiled from Iceland for murder around 982 CE, Eric sailed west in search of new lands. He reached a vast, icy island whose coasts, though forbidding, held fjords and valleys where livestock might graze. In a masterstroke of marketing, he named it Greenland, hoping to entice settlers with the promise of fertile land. When his exile ended, he returned to Iceland and recruited others to join him, boasting of the rich pastures he had found. His gamble worked. In 986, a fleet of ships carried hundreds of people, livestock, and supplies across the treacherous sea. Only about half survived the crossing, but those who did established two colonies on Greenland's southwestern coast, the eastern and western settlements. Life in Greenland was a constant struggle. The growing season was short, the winters long and brutal. Farmers raised sheep, goats, and cattle, hunted seals, and relied heavily on walrus ivory, which they exported to Europe in exchange for iron, timber, and luxuries. Despite the hardships, the colonies endured for centuries, maintaining ties with Iceland and Norway. Archaeology reveals stone churches, farmsteads, and even a bishopric, proof of a determined society clinging to survival at the edge of the known world. But Greenland was only the first step. Beyond it lay something greater. The discovery of Vinland is told in two Icelandic sagas, the Saga of the Greenlanders and the Saga of Eric the Red. Both describe voyages to a land far west, rich in resources unknown in the Arctic. According to the tales, Bjarni Herjolfsson, blown off course while sailing to Greenland around 986, glimpsed wooded shores to the west, but did not land. Later, his story inspired others. Leif Erikson, son of Eric the Red, set out around the year 1000 and became the first European to explore North America. He and his crew reached a land they called Vinland, the land of wine or land of meadows, where wild grapes and salmon abounded, and where the forests promised endless timber. A treasure for Greenlanders starved of wood. Leif built houses there, known as Leifsbuder, and wintered with his men. Others followed. Thorvald, Leif's brother, who was killed by hostile natives. Thorfinn Karlsefni, who attempted a larger settlement with families, livestock, and supplies. For a time, it seemed the Norse might truly establish a colony in the New World. Yet the sagas record constant conflict with the indigenous peoples, whom they called Skraelings. These encounters, along with the vast distance from their homes and the difficulty of sustaining supplies, doomed the venture. Within a few years, the settlements were abandoned. Vinland faded into legend, its memory preserved only in oral tales and sagas. For centuries, many doubted these stories. Yet in the 1960s, archaeologists uncovered Norse ruins at Lons Meadows, on the northern tip of Newfoundland in modern Canada. The site revealed the remains of sod houses, ironworking, and artifacts unmistakably Norse. The sagas were true. The Vikings had reached North America 500 years before Columbus. Their stay was brief, their impact limited. But the voyage stands as a testament to the extraordinary seafaring skill and restless spirit of the Norse. Greenland and Vinland embody the paradox of Viking expansion. On the one hand, the Greenland settlements endured for centuries, a fragile outpost of European society in the Arctic. On the other, Vinland was fleeting, a glimpse of possibility that never took root. The reasons were many. The hostility of indigenous peoples, the difficulty of distance, and the limited resources of Greenland itself. Yet even failure does not diminish the achievement. No other people of the Middle Ages ventured so far into the unknown, across seas so dangerous, to lands so utterly alien. The story of Vinland captured the imagination of generations. For the Icelanders who preserved the sagas, it was proof of their ancestors' daring. For modern historians, it is a reminder that history is often more surprising than legend. The Norse were not merely raiders or farmers, but explorers who touched the edge of a continent long before it entered Europe's maps. Though their settlements vanished, their legacy endured, etched into sagas, stones, and the soil of Newfoundland. As the Greenlanders struggled to survive, and as Vinland slipped into memory, the Viking world was turning eastward as well, toward rivers that flowed to Byzantium and beyond. The Atlantic adventure was only one face of Norse expansion. The other lay in the east, where the Varangians carved out new realms along the great rivers of Russia, linking Scandinavia to the riches of Constantinople and the Caliphate. When we think of the Vikings, we often imagine longships crashing against the coasts of Britain, or sails darkening the rivers of France. Yet half of their story lay not to the west, but to the east, where rivers stretched like highways across the vast forests and steppes of Eastern Europe. Here, Norse adventurers, known to the Greeks as Varangians and to the Slavs as Rus, carved out new realms that would become the foundation of future nations. Their story is one of trade as much as war, of cultural fusion as much as conquest, and it binds the history of Scandinavia to that of Russia and Byzantium. The geography of Eastern Europe invited Viking expansion. The great rivers, the Neva, Volkhov, Dnieper, and Volga, flowed southward, linking the Baltic Sea with the Black Sea and the Caspian. To the north lay the forests of Finland and Karelia, rich in furs. To the south lay Constantinople, capital of the Byzantine Empire, and Baghdad, heart of the Islamic Caliphate. Between them stretched 1,000 miles of wilderness, dotted with Slavic tribes, Finno-Ugric peoples, and nomads of the steppe. For ambitious Norsemen, this was a land of opportunity, a place where a swift ship and a strong arm could command both respect and profit. By the mid-9th century, Norsemen had established bases along the rivers. The Primary Chronicle, a medieval Russian text, records how Slavic tribes, weary of internal conflict, invited a Varangian chieftain named Rurik to rule them around 862 CE. Whether this account is legend or history, Rurik is remembered as the founder of the Rurikid dynasty, which would rule parts of Russia for centuries. His successors, including Oleg and Igor, extended control southward, capturing key trading posts such as Novgorod and Kiev. From these bases, they launched raids, exacted tribute, and established what came to be called the Kievan Rus. The Rus were not merely conquerors. They were intermediaries. They controlled the trade routes that connected Scandinavia to Byzantium and the Caliphate. Norse merchants brought furs, slaves, amber, and honey south, and returned with silver coins, silk, wine, and spices. Archaeological finds in Sweden, particularly at Birka and Gotland, reveal thousands of Islamic dirhams, testifying to the intensity of this trade. The Norse thirst for silver drove much of their eastern expansion, and in return, they spread Scandinavian influence deep into Slavic lands. Yet the Rus also clashed with the great powers of the south. Several times in the 9th and 10th centuries, Viking fleets attacked Constantinople itself, known to them as Miklagard, the great city. Byzantine chronicles record how dragon-proud ships appeared suddenly in the Bosporus, burning suburbs and threatening the walls of the city. The Byzantines responded with diplomacy as much as force, signing treaties that regulated trade and service. Many Norse warriors entered the service of the Byzantine emperors, forming the famed Varangian Guard. These mercenaries, prized for their loyalty and ferocity, became an elite unit, their axes gleaming in the halls of Constantinople, where Norse runes have been found carved into the marble of Hagia Sophia. The culture of the Kievan Rus was a fusion of Norse and Slavic elements. Norse rulers married Slavic women, adopted local customs, and gradually assimilated. Over time, the Old Norse language gave way to Slavic tongues, and the pagan gods of Odin and Thor yielded to Christianity, particularly after the baptism of Vladimir the Great in 988. Yet the Norse imprint remained. The very name Russia derives from the word Rus, itself likely rooted in an Old Norse term for rowing men. The state that emerged from these interactions would become a powerful force in Eastern Europe, linking the forests of the north with the empires of the south. The Vikings in the east were not as well remembered in Western chronicles as their raiding kin in England and France, but their impact was immense. They established cities that endure to this day: Novgorod, Kiev, Smolensk. They created trade routes that enriched Scandinavia and brought Europe into contact with the Islamic world. They provided mercenaries to Byzantium, leaving their mark in the heart of the empire. And they left behind dynasties that shaped the destiny of Russia for centuries. To the Norse, the East was as much a frontier as the West. Just as Leif Erikson crossed the Atlantic to Vinland, so too did Rurik's descendants sail the rivers to Kiev. Just as Greenland clung to life at the edge of the Arctic, so too did Norsemen cling to power on the steppes. The story of the Varangians reminds us that the Viking Age was global in scope, stretching from Newfoundland to Baghdad, from Iceland to Constantinople. The rivers of the East, like the seas of the West, were highways of ambition, carrying the Norse into the heart of history. If the Western world knew the Vikings as raiders and settlers, and the Eastern Slavs remembered them as rulers and traders, the Byzantines came to know them as something different. The Varangian Guard, a brotherhood of northern warriors who became the personal protectors of the emperors of Constantinople. Their saga is one of loyalty and violence, of cultural fusion and enduring legend, and it reveals yet another face of the Viking world. Mercenaries who exchanged the icy fjords of Scandinavia for the golden domes of the great city. The first Norse incursions into Byzantine territory were anything but friendly. In the 9th and early 10th centuries, fleets of Russes sailed down the Dnieper and across the Black Sea, attacking Constantinople itself. Byzantine chroniclers wrote with alarm of sudden raids, flames licking at the city's suburbs, and the terrifying sight of dragon-prowed ships at the very gates of the empire. Yet Constantinople was too strong to fall. Its massive walls, its disciplined armies, and its fearsome secret weapon, Greek fire, kept the raiders at bay. Over time, hostility gave way to treaties, and treaties gave way to service. By the mid-10th century, Norsemen were no longer only enemies, but allies, signing contracts that allowed them to serve as mercenaries in the Byzantine army. From this grew the Varangian Guard. These warriors, drawn first from Scandinavia and later from Anglo-Saxon England after 1066, were chosen for their ferocity and loyalty. To the emperors, they were invaluable, outsiders with no ties to local factions, bound only by their oath to protect the throne. Their weapon of choice was the great two-handed axe, a weapon that made them both feared and respected in the streets of Constantinople. Arrayed in heavy mail, shields at their sides, axes on their shoulders, the Varangians were as much a symbol of imperial authority as they were a military force. The Guard quickly earned a reputation for absolute loyalty. Byzantine emperors came and went, many through betrayal, intrigue, and palace coups. But the Varangians stood firm, guarding the emperor's person and enforcing his will. Chroniclers describe them as both terrifying and incorruptible, men who would fight to the death rather than abandon their sworn lord. They served not only as bodyguards, but as shock troops in battle. At the Battle of Beroia in 1122, the Varangians charged into a mass of Pecheneg warriors, their axes cutting a swath through the enemy ranks, turning the tide of the battle. Their ferocity became legendary, their oath sacred. The presence of Norse warriors in Constantinople also left cultural traces. Runic graffiti has been found carved into the marble railings of Hagia Sophia, inscriptions by bored guards who scratched their names into the sacred stone. These simple marks, Halfdan was here and others like it, are echoes of men far from home, leaving their trace in one of the greatest monuments of the medieval world. The sagas, too, remember the Varangians. They speak of young Norsemen who left home seeking fortune in Miklagard, the great city, and returned with silver, silk, and stories of splendor beyond imagination. Over time, the Varangian Guard changed in character. In its earliest centuries, it was filled largely with Scandinavians, men from Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, who sought wealth and honor in service to the emperor. After the Norman conquest of England in 1066, many Anglo-Saxon warriors fled abroad, bringing their families and traditions with them. They too joined the Guard, so much so that by the 12th century, it was as much an English as a Norse institution. Yet the name Varangian endured, a reminder of its Viking origins. To the Byzantines, the Guard was more than mercenaries. It was a symbol of continuity. In an empire riven by intrigue, the loyalty of the Varangians was like an iron chain, binding the emperor to safety. To the Norse, it was a pathway to fame and fortune. Many young men returned to their homelands with gold, jewelry, and exotic goods, their prestige elevated by service in the great city. Some stayed forever, marrying locally and vanishing into the mosaic of Byzantine society. The Varangian Guard endured for centuries, from the 10th until the 15th century, long after the Viking Age itself had ended. It outlasted the kingdoms of Norway and Denmark, the Danelaw and Normandy, even the independence of England. When Constantinople finally fell to the Ottomans in 1453, the Guard disappeared into history. Yet its legend remained, a band of northern warriors who guarded the emperors of the East, who carved their names into Hagia Sophia, who swung their axes in the service of Rome's last great heir. In the story of the Varangian Guard, we see the Viking Age transformed. From raiders on the city's walls, the Norse became defenders of its throne. From outsiders feared for their savagery, they became the embodiment of loyalty and discipline. Their saga is a reminder that the Viking world was never static. It adapted, evolved, and found new forms in distant lands. In the golden halls of Constantinople, under mosaics of Christ and emperors, the Vikings left behind one of their most enduring legacies. When we think of the Vikings, the mind leaps first to fire and steel, monasteries in flames, kings held for ransom, and dragon-headed ships gliding toward terrified shores. Yet raiding was only part of the story. Just as central, perhaps more enduring, was trade. The Vikings were not only warriors, but merchants, master navigators who wove a web of commerce that stretched from the icy fjords of Greenland to the bazaars of Baghdad. Their ships carried not only swords, but silver, not only captives, but cloth, furs, spices, and stories. The Viking world was as much marketplace as battlefield. The foundation of Norse trade lay in natural resources. Scandinavia itself was poor in farmland, but rich in commodities desired by others. Furs from Arctic animals, walrus ivory, iron, timber, amber, and above all, slaves. The Viking expansion into Ireland, England, and Eastern Europe fed a massive trade in human beings. Captives taken in raids were sold in bustling markets from Dublin to Novgorod. Their lives turned into coin. Harsh though it seems, the slave trade was a vital engine of Viking wealth, binding them to wider networks that spanned continents. In return, the Vikings craved silver. For centuries, silver was the measure of wealth in the north, hoarded in arm rings, ingots, and coins. Archaeological finds across Scandinavia reveal vast treasures of Islamic dirhams, silver coins minted in the Abbasid Caliphate and carried northward by trade. One hoard found on the Swedish island of Gotland contained over 14,000 coins, testifying to the extraordinary reach of Viking merchants. These dirhams tell a tale of furs and slaves traded down the Volga, of Arab merchants bartering in distant markets, of Norse adventurers navigating rivers through forests and stepped to the very edges of Asia. The routes were as daring as the raids. To the east, the Norse sailed across the Baltic, then rowed their ships up rivers that flowed south. Portages, carrying boats across land, connected river systems, linking the Baltic to the Black and Caspian Seas. Along the way, Norse traders established settlements: Staraya Ladoga, Novgorod, Kiev. These became centers of exchange where Slavs, Finns, Turks, and Norse mingled. Goods moved in every direction: silk from China, spices from India, glass from the Middle East, weapons from the Franks. The Norse were not isolated marauders, but participants in a global economy that spanned continents. To the west, trade took different forms. From Ireland and Britain, the Vikings carried slaves and hides. From Francia, they acquired wine and fine cloth. From the Low Countries, salt and pottery. Their ships sailed to the Iberian Peninsula, where they encountered both Christian and Muslim merchants. In some cases, they raided. In others, they traded peacefully. The same longship that one year might burn a monastery could the next carry wool or wheat to sell in a Frankish port. Pragmatism, not ideology, guided Norse commerce. The Viking towns reflected this mercantile spirit. Birka in Sweden, Hedeby in Denmark, Dublin in Ireland. All were bustling hubs where traders gathered from across the known world. Archaeologists have uncovered beads from the Middle East, silk fragments from Byzantium, scales and weights used by Norse merchants to measure silver. In Dublin, workshops produced combs, jewelry, and weapons, evidence of a thriving craft economy. In Hedeby, ships crowded the harbor, their cargoes piled high with furs, walrus tusks, and exotic goods. These towns were melting pots, alive with languages, smells, and faces from across Europe and beyond. Trade shaped not only wealth, but culture. Contact with the wider world brought new technologies and ideas. Norsemen learned advanced shipbuilding techniques from Frisians, adopted coinage from the Franks and Arabs, and absorbed artistic styles from the Celts and Byzantines. The interlaced patterns of Viking art, so iconic today, were partly the product of these exchanges. Even religion was touched. Though the Norse clung to their gods, they could not help but encounter the cross and the crescent in their travels. Christianity spread along the same routes as silver and silk, preparing the way for conversion. Yet trade was never without risk. Rivers swarmed with bandits, seas with storms. Rival merchants and rulers demanded tribute or tolls. A Viking trader needed as much courage as a warrior, for the journey to the east could be as deadly as a battle. But the rewards were immense. A single voyage might transform a farmer into a chieftain, a poor man into a lord. Wealth from trade-funded expeditions built halls, bought loyalty, and raised the prestige of entire families. Without commerce, the Viking Age would have been a flicker of raids. With it, it became a world-spanning era. In the end, the Vikings were not simply destroyers, but connectors. They linked the icy north with the warm south, the Atlantic with the steppes, the Christian west with the Muslim east. They were raiders, yes, but also middlemen of a global age. Their world was one of fire and blood, but also of silver and silk, of marketplaces and marriages, of treaties and tales told around the fire. The trade networks of the Norse remind us that the Viking Age was never only about conquest. It was about connection. The weaving together of distant worlds by the steady dip of oars and the relentless pull of the horizon. Behind the tales of raids, battles, and voyages that define the Viking Age lay the quiet rhythm of everyday life. The vast majority of Norsemen were not kings or jarls, nor even warriors who sailed to foreign shores. They were farmers, fishers, herders, and craftsmen, bound to the land and the seasons. Viking society was complex, layered by law, honor, and custom. It was a world where family and community mattered as much as battle, where women held surprising influence, and where even the poorest thrall had a role to play. At its core, Viking society was agrarian. Farms dotted the coasts and valleys of Scandinavia. Small clearings wrested from forest and rock. Families raised cattle, sheep, and pigs, grew barley, oats, and rye, and fished the seas for herring and cod. Winters were long and brutal. Survival demanded careful planning and cooperation. A good harvest meant life. A poor one meant hunger. Communities gathered to build barns, share labor, and protect one another. Though warriors and traders gained glory abroad, it was the farmers who sustained society at home. their quiet toil feeding both raiders and kings. Social structure was sharply defined. At the top stood the jarls, powerful chieftains who commanded loyalty through wealth, generosity, and the sword. Beneath them were the carls, free farmers and warriors who formed the backbone of society. They owned land, swore allegiance to a lord, and bore arms when called to war. At the bottom were the thralls, slaves taken in battle or born into bondage. Thralls worked the fields, tended livestock, and performed menial tasks. Though often treated harshly, some thralls could earn or be granted freedom, rising to join the ranks of free men. This hierarchy was both rigid and flexible, bound by law yet open to change through fortune, ambition, or marriage. Law and honor were the glue of society. Disputes were settled not only by violence but by assemblies known as things. Here, free men gathered under the open sky to debate, judge, and decide. Laws were recited from memory by law speakers, and disputes could be resolved through fines, oaths, or ordeals. Feuds were common, but the law sought to channel vengeance into order. To be declared outlaw, cast beyond the protection of law, was a fate worse than death, for it left a man without family, honor, or community. The sagas are filled with tales of lawsuits, feuds, and the careful balance of justice and revenge. One of the most striking features of Viking society was the role of women. Unlike in many medieval cultures, Norse women held significant rights. They could inherit property, manage farms, and seek divorce if mistreated. A wife managed the household, controlled keys to the storerooms, and oversaw slaves. Wealthy women were buried with jewelry, household goods, and sometimes weapons, symbols of their influence. The sagas tell of women like Od the Deep-Minded, who led her family across the seas and established settlements in Iceland, or Lagertha, remembered as a shield maiden who fought alongside men. While not all women bore swords, their authority within family and society was undeniable. Religion and belief infused daily life. Farmers blessed their fields in the name of Freyr, god of fertility, while warriors called on Odin and Thor for strength. Seasonal festivals marked the year: Yule in the winter, sacrifices in spring, harvest feasts in autumn. Mead and ale flowed, skalds recited poetry, and bonds of kinship were renewed. The home itself was sacred. In the longhouse, families ate, worked, and slept together, warmed by the central hearth. Carvings of gods or ancestors might watch over them, silent reminders of the unseen world that touched every act. Craft and artistry flourished alongside farming. Norse blacksmiths forged weapons of remarkable quality, their swords prized across Europe. Woodcarvers adorned ships and halls with intricate designs of beasts and knots, blending artistry with magic. Women wove textiles of wool and linen, often dyed in bright colors, producing not only clothing, but sails for ships. Jewelry, brooches, armorings, necklaces, reflected wealth and status, often inscribed with runes for luck or protection. Even in the most remote farms, beauty and symbolism shaped daily life. Yet beneath the order lay hardship and danger. Disease, famine, and accidents claimed many lives. Warfare was constant, whether between rival jarls or against foreign foes. The thrill of raiding promised wealth, but it also carried risk. Many never returned from their voyages, their bodies left in foreign soil or at the bottom of the sea. The sagas remind us that fate, wyrd, was inexorable, spun by the Norns, and impossible to escape. To live well was to live with courage, knowing death could come at any time. The image of the Viking as only a raider is incomplete. He was also a farmer tending his sheep, a craftsman carving a brooch, a husband negotiating alliances through marriage. She was a woman managing a household, raising children, and sometimes leading voyages across the sea. Together, they built a society both harsh and vibrant, bound by law and honor, sustained by toil, and enriched by trade and conquest. Their world was not only axes and shields, but plows and looms, songs and laws. In the quiet rhythms of daily life, we find the true heart of the Viking Age. The battles and voyages capture our imagination, but it was the farms, households, and communities that gave them meaning. Without the farmers, there could be no raiders. Without women, no households. Without law, no society. The Viking world was forged not only in blood, but in bread. Not only in conquest, but in community. To understand the Vikings, one must understand their gods. For the Norse, the world was not divided into sacred and profane, but infused everywhere with the presence of the divine. Thunder was the hammer of Thor crashing against giants. The whisper of the wind was Odin seeking wisdom. The bloom of fields was Freyr's gift. Mythology was not distant. It was the fabric of life, binding together past, present, and future. From the Eddas and Sagas, from runic inscriptions and archaeological finds, we glimpse a religion at once fierce and poetic. A worldview that gave meaning to war, farming, love, and death. At the center of Norse cosmology stood Yggdrasil, the great world tree. Its branches stretched across the heavens, its roots into realms of ice and fire. Around it lay the 9 worlds: Midgard, realm of men; Asgard, home of the icier gods; Vanaheim, dwelling of the fertility gods; Jotunheim, the land of giants; Alfheim and Svartalfheim, realms of elves and dwarves; Niflheim and Muspelheim, of ice and flame; and Hel, the shadowy abode of the dead. All was interconnected. What happened in one realm echoed in another. Fate itself was woven by the Norns at the roots of Yggdrasil, threads that even gods could not escape. The gods were many, and their characters complex. Odin, the All-Father, was god of wisdom, war, and poetry. He sacrificed an eye for knowledge, hung himself on Yggdrasil for 9 nights to learn the runes, and sent his ravens Hugin and Munin to gather news of the world. He was both noble and dangerous, a god of kings and poets, but also of betrayal and cunning. Thor, his son, was the defender of mankind, a red-bearded warrior who wielded Mjolnir, the hammer that could crush giants and sanctify rituals alike. To farmers and common folk, Thor was beloved, the protector of fields and families. Freya, goddess of love and fertility, also claimed half the slain in battle, showing that passion and death walked hand in hand. Loki, the trickster, brought both laughter and doom, his schemes shaping the fates of gods themselves. Rituals honored these powers in ways both grand and humble. Sacrifices were made in sacred groves, near stones, or at temples like the Great Hof at Uppsala in Sweden. Animals were offered, their blood sprinkled on altars and participants alike. Archaeological evidence even suggests human sacrifice in times of crisis, though whether rare or common remains debated. Seasonal festivals marked the turning of the year. Yule, celebrated in midwinter with feasting and ale. Spring rites for fertility. Harvest sacrifices to thank the gods. These rituals were communal, binding society together in shared devotion and shared sustenance. Magic and divination were woven into daily life. Seerises, known as volur, wandered the land, chanting prophecies and interpreting omens. They carried staffs and were believed to commune with the unseen, practicing cedar, a form of magic linked to fate and transformation. Even kings sought their counsel, for the will of the gods was mysterious, and no voyage or battle could proceed without signs. Runes, carved into wood, bone, and stone, were not only an alphabet, but a tool of magic, inscribed for protection, curses, or remembrance. Death, too, was sacred. Warriors hoped to fall in battle, their spirits borne to Valhalla by the Valkyries, where they would feast and fight until Ragnarok. But Valhalla was not the only afterlife. Many went to Hel, a cold and shadowy realm ruled by the goddess of the same name, daughter of Loki. Others joined Freya in her hall, Folkvanger. These varied fates reflect a religion less dogmatic than flexible, where destiny was not simple but layered. Funerals reflected this diversity, ship burials laden with weapons and goods for the journey, cremations sending smoke to the heavens, cairns raised to mark the memory of the dead. Each honored life's impermanence and the hope of continuity beyond. At the heart of Norse mythology lay a haunting vision, Ragnarok, the doom of the gods. Unlike many religions that promised eternal triumph, the Norse believed even their gods would one day fall. Ragnarok was not only the end of the world, but its renewal. Loki would break free from his bonds, leading giants and monsters against the gods. Fenrir the wolf would devour Odin. Jormungandr, the world serpent, would slay Thor. Surtur the fire giant would set the world ablaze. Yet from the ashes, a new earth would rise, green and fertile, with survivors to begin again. This vision gave the Norse a stark courage. Life was fleeting, fate inexorable, yet honor eternal. To live bravely in the face of certain doom was the highest virtue. This religion was never frozen in time. As Christianity spread in Europe, Norsemen encountered it through raids, trade, and settlement. Some mocked the new faith, others converted, blending old and new. By the 11th century, Scandinavia was largely Christian, yet echoes of the old gods lingered in custom, language, and story. Thursday still bears Thor's name, Friday, Freya's. In Iceland's sagas, Odin and Thor walk side by side with Christ, symbols of a culture in transition. Norse mythology was not mere superstition, but a worldview that bound the Vikings together. It explained thunder and harvest, courage and doom. It sanctified war and sustained farmers. It inspired poetry, law, and art. Most of all, it gave meaning to the Viking Age itself, a time of daring, of loss, of triumph, lived always in the shadow of Ragnarok, and always with the hope that from endings, new beginnings arise. The Viking Age was not only lived in battles and voyages, but also remembered in stories. Around the fire in longhouses, on stormy nights when the wind howled outside, skalds and storytellers recited sagas, tales of gods and men, of heroes larger than life, of love, betrayal, and revenge. These sagas were not mere entertainment. They were the fabric of memory, binding generations together, preserving values of honor, courage, and fate. Among these stories, few figures loom larger than Ragnar Lodbrok, his fierce sons, and the shield maiden Lagertha, whose exploits blurred the line between history and legend. Ragnar Lodbrok, Ragnar Shaggy Breeches, stands at the heart of Viking legend. According to the sagas, he was a king of Denmark and Sweden, a scourge of Francia and England, a man whose raids terrified all Europe. His epithet is said to come from the unusual trousers he wore. woven of wool and dipped in tar for protection. Yet beyond these colorful details lies the image of the ultimate Viking, daring, cunning, and doomed. The Ragnarsona Thatter and other texts tell how he raided Paris, fought serpents, and sought glory above all. His death, too, became legendary. Captured by King Ella of Northumbria, Ragnar was thrown into a pit of snakes. As venom coursed through his body, he is said to have cried out defiantly. How the little piglets would grunt if they knew how the old boar suffers. It was both prophecy and taunt, for his sons would indeed avenge him with fire and sword. Those sons, Björn Ironside, Ivar the Boneless, Hvitserk, Sigurd Snake in the Eye, became heroes in their own right. Björn sailed deep into the Mediterranean, raiding the coasts of Spain, Italy, and even North Africa. His name, Ironside, spoke of his invincibility in battle. Ivar, remembered as a brilliant strategist though crippled in body, led the great heathen army that ravaged England. Under his leadership, the Vikings captured York and slew King Ella, fulfilling Ragnar's prophecy. The sagas portray him as both feared and admired, a man whose weakness became a source of strength. Through these stories, the sons of Ragnar embodied the relentless ambition of the Viking Age, carrying their father's vengeance across seas and kingdoms. And then there was Lagertha, the Shield Maiden. Though her story comes primarily from Saxo Grammaticus, a Danish chronicler of the 12th century, she has captured modern imagination as fiercely as Ragnar himself. According to Saxo, she fought in battle dressed as a man, wielding sword and shield with unmatched ferocity. Ragnar, impressed by her courage, sought her hand in marriage. Though their union was stormy, her legend endures as a reminder that women, too, could find a place in the saga world of valor and battle. Whether entirely mythical or rooted in forgotten history, Lagertha stands as a symbol of the unexpected roles women played in Norse society and memory. The sagas themselves are a blend of fact and fiction. Composed in Iceland centuries after the Viking Age, they drew on oral tradition, weaving together memory, myth, and imagination. They do not always tell us what happened, but what mattered. The values, ideals, and warnings that shaped Norse identity. In their pages, heroes fight monsters, kings fall to betrayal, and even the gods are bound by fate. The line between legend and history blurs, yet the sagas endure because they capture the spirit of the age. Beyond Ragnar and his kin, other heroes filled the saga tradition. Egil Skallagrimsson, poet and warrior, whose verses were as sharp as his sword. Sigurd the Dragon Slayer, who killed Fafnir and bathed in his blood. Harold Hardrada, who fought across Europe before dying at Stamford Bridge in 1066, the last great Viking king. These stories, sometimes grounded in real figures, sometimes entirely mythical, gave the Norse a heroic past to live up to. A reminder that life was fleeting, but honor eternal. The sagas were not just tales of glory. They were guides for living. They warned of pride that leads to downfall, of betrayal among kin, of the inescapable pull of fate. They praised generosity, courage, and cunning. They reminded listeners that though death awaited all, one's name could live forever if deeds were great enough. In this way, the sagas served the same purpose as the myths of Odin and Thor. They gave meaning to a harsh world, teaching that life's struggles could be endured with dignity, even joy. In the saga world, the past was always alive. Ragnar and Lagertha may or may not have lived as described, But to the Norse, that mattered less than the truth their stories carried. Through them, children learned the values of their people, warriors found inspiration, and communities preserved their memory. Even today, these sagas fascinate, for they speak of universal themes: love and betrayal, courage and fear, life and death. They are the echo of an age when words carried as much power as weapons, when memory itself was a battlefield, and when the greatest victory was to be remembered. By the middle of the 9th century, the raids on England had transformed from lightning strikes to a storm without end. The monasteries that once stood unguarded were now scarred and empty. Kings who once fought alone now realized that the enemy would not vanish with the season. In 865 CE, the horizon darkened with a force unlike anything England had yet seen. The Great Heathen Army, a coalition of Viking warbands united under leaders of legendary names. Where once they came to plunder and leave, now they came to conquer and remain. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle records the terror of that year. A great heathen host came to the land of the English and took winter quarters in East Anglia. Unlike earlier raiders, they did not simply vanish with the autumn winds. They built camps, fortified their ships, and demanded supplies. Local rulers had little choice but to provide horses, turning seaborne raiders into swift-moving cavalry. The leaders of this host were said to be the sons of Ragnar Lodbrok, Ivar the Boneless, Halfdan, and Ubba, sworn to avenge their father's death at the hands of King Ella of Northumbria. Whether myth or truth, their vengeance was real enough, and its impact devastating. Their first great blow fell on Northumbria. In 866, they seized York, one of the greatest cities of the Anglo-Saxon world. King Ella himself was captured, and saga tradition insists he met his end in the infamous Blood Eagle, though historians debate its reality. Whatever the manner of his death, the prophecy of Ragnar was fulfilled. His sons had avenged him. Northumbria, once a proud kingdom, was broken, its heartland under Norse control. From there, the army swept south. East Anglia fell, its king Edmund slain and later remembered as a saint. Mercia, the once mighty Midland kingdom, submitted, paying tribute to survive. Only Wessex in the south resisted with determination. In 871, Alfred, later called the Great, rose to the throne of Wessex after a series of desperate battles. At first, even Alfred seemed doomed. The Vikings captured towns, forced treaties, and in 878, nearly destroyed Wessex altogether. Alfred fled into the marshes of Athelney, reduced to a fugitive king with little more than a small band of loyal followers. Yet from this low point, he rallied. The story of Alfred's resistance became a defining legend of English history. From his marshland refuge, he reorganized his forces, building fortified towns, burhs, across Wessex, and creating a system of defense that allowed his people to endure. In 878, he struck back at the Battle of Edington, where his army defeated Guthrum, one of the Viking leaders. The victory forced a treaty that divided England, the south and west under Anglo-Saxon control, the north and east under Norse law. Thus was born the Danelaw, a vast territory where Scandinavian customs, language, and rulers held sway. For decades, this uneasy division defined England. In the Danelaw, Norse farmers settled the land. Merchants filled towns like York, Jorvik, and hybrid communities flourished. To the south, Wessex grew stronger under Alfred and his heirs, dreaming of reconquest. The wars ebbed and flowed. New Viking armies arrived, campaigns surged across the island. Alliances shifted. By the early 10th century, Alfred's successors had regained ground, and by 954, the last Norse king of York was expelled. Yet the memory of the great heathen army lingered, shaping English identity itself. The army's campaigns also reshaped the Vikings. No longer mere raiders, they became rulers, settlers, and lawgivers. Their leaders, once warlords, styled themselves kings. Their children grew up speaking both Old Norse and Old English, forging a culture that was neither wholly Scandinavian nor wholly Anglo-Saxon. The clash of sword and shield gave way, over generations, to the blending of customs, language, and bloodlines. The Great Heathen Army was both a terror and a catalyst. It brought kingdoms to ruin, but also forced unity. It carved out the Danelaw, but also inspired Wessex to grow into the seed of a united England. It avenged Ragnar, but also created new legends of Alfred, Guthrum, and countless nameless warriors. To the monks who wrote of it, it was a plague of heathens. To the sagas, it was the vengeance of heroes. To history, it was the turning point where Viking raiding became Viking rule, and where the destiny of England was forever altered. The Viking Age was born in pagan ritual and myth, in the worship of Odin and Thor, Freya and Loki, in the belief that even gods were bound by fate, and that courage was the highest virtue. Yet by the end of the era, Scandinavia stood Christian, its temples broken, its churches rising, its kings crowned in the name of Christ. This transformation, the conversion of the North, was not sudden, but slow, uneven, and often violent. It was a story of politics as much as faith, of swords as much as sermons, of kings who sought legitimacy and missionaries who sought souls. The first encounters with Christianity came through raids. When Viking fleets struck England, Ireland, and Francia, they plundered monasteries rich in gold and relics. Yet they also encountered a new religion. Captives carried home tales of the White Christ. Silver coins bore crosses. Foreign wives and slaves prayed in the name of God. In the markets of Hedeby and Birka, merchants from the Frankish and Slavic lands displayed the sign of the cross. Christianity crept into Norse life not only by conquest, but by commerce. Missionaries soon followed. In the 9th century, Ansgar, the apostle of the North, traveled to Denmark and Sweden, building churches at Hedeby and Birka. His efforts met resistance and often collapsed after his departure. Yet they left a seed. Over the next 2 centuries, missionaries from Germany and England pressed northward, converting individuals, then families, then lords. Christianity spread unevenly, embraced in towns where trade flourished, resisted in rural valleys where Thor's hammer still hung above doorways. The kings of Scandinavia played a decisive role. Conversion was as much about power as salvation. Harald Bluetooth of Denmark, who reigned in the 10th century, famously proclaimed on the Chelling stone that he made the Danes Christian. For Harald, embracing Christianity meant alliance with the Holy Roman Empire, legitimacy in the eyes of Christian Europe, and control over a population fragmented by local cults. Yet, his conversion was contested. Pagan uprisings broke out, and many Danes clung fiercely to their old gods. Still, the foundation was laid. Norway's path was bloodier. Olaf Tryggvason, returning from years abroad, seized power around 995 and set about converting his people with zeal. He built churches, baptized subjects, and destroyed pagan idols. Resistance was met with force. Those who refused baptism faced exile, mutilation, or death. His successor, Saint Olaf Haraldsson, continued the campaign. At the Battle of Stiklestad in 1030, Olaf fell, but his death became martyrdom. Canonized as a saint, his cult spread, making him the eternal symbol of Norway's Christian identity. Through both sword and sanctity, the old faith was broken and the cross triumphed. Sweden held out longest. Its vast forests and decentralized clans preserved pagan rites well into the 11th century. The great temple at Uppsala, where sacrifices were made to Odin, Thor, and Freyr, was still active even as churches rose nearby. Kings balanced both traditions, careful not to alienate their subjects. Only in the later 12th century was Sweden firmly Christianized, its temples dismantled and its bishops enthroned. Conversion was not only top-down. At the local level, it meant slow changes in daily life. Thor's hammer pendants, once worn for protection, gave way to crosses, though sometimes both were worn together, symbols of transition. Pagan festivals were rebranded as Christian holy days. Yule became Christmas. Harvest feasts became saints' days. Sacred groves were cut down, but their sites often became the locations of churches. Burial customs shifted from ship burials and cremations to inhumations in consecrated ground. The transformation was deep but gradual, blending old and new. Yet the old gods did not vanish easily. The sagas written in Christian Iceland still preserve the myths of Odin, Thor, and Loki with reverence, even as they sometimes frame them as demons or false gods. Folk traditions carried echoes of the old faith for centuries in charms, proverbs, and rituals. The Norse imagination, forged in a pagan worldview, continued to shape Christian Scandinavia, coloring its art, law, and identity. The conversion of the North was not a betrayal of its past, but an evolution. Christianity offered Scandinavia a place in the broader European world, alliances with kings and emperors, literacy through the Latin alphabet, and the authority of the Church. Yet it also absorbed and transformed local traditions, creating a Christianity uniquely Scandinavian. The cross rose where once stood Thor's hammer, but beneath it lay the memory of the old gods, never fully forgotten. By the close of the 11th century, the Viking world had changed irrevocably. The Longships still sailed, but now under Christian kings. The sagas still told of Odin and Ragnarok, but they were written by monks. The North had become part of Christendom, yet it carried with it the legacy of its pagan past, a legacy that still shapes the myths and imagination of the modern world. When Viking sails first appeared along the coasts of Francia in the 9th century, the Frankish world trembled. Monasteries burned, towns were plundered, and rivers became highways of terror. Paris itself, heart of the Carolingian realm, was besieged more than once, its rulers humiliated by the need to pay ransom to heathen warlords. Yet from this crucible of destruction emerged one of the most remarkable transformations of the Viking Age: the creation of Normandy, a duchy that began as a concession to raiders and grew into one of the most powerful principalities in medieval Europe. The foundation of Normandy lies in the early 10th century. In 911, a Viking leader named Rollo led his forces against Paris and Chartres. His campaign was devastating, and the Frankish king Charles the Simple found himself unable to dislodge the Norse. Instead, he turned to negotiation. The Treaty of Saint-Clair-sur-Epte granted Rollo and his followers land along the lower Seine in exchange for their loyalty, their conversion to Christianity, and their promise to defend the realm against further raids. It was a bold gamble, transform enemies into allies by giving them a stake in the land they had once ravaged. Rollo accepted, was baptized, and married into Frankish nobility. Thus was born Normannia, the land of the Northmen. Rollo and his successors proved shrewd rulers. They adapted quickly, blending Norse vigor with Frankish custom. The Normans abandoned the old gods, embraced Christianity, and adopted the French language. They built castles, minted coins, and cultivated the land. Yet, they retained their martial spirit, their skill at sea, and their hunger for conquest. Within a generation, Normandy had become a hybrid society, neither wholly Scandinavian nor wholly Frankish, but something new. A fusion that produced warriors, administrators, and leaders of exceptional ability. The duchy grew in wealth and power. Its fertile lands along the Seine supported agriculture. Its position along trade routes enriched its merchants. The Norman dukes fostered order and stability, ensuring loyalty from their vassals through both generosity and iron discipline. They encouraged the church, founding monasteries and churches that cemented their legitimacy in Christian Europe. Yet, beneath this veneer of piety lay the fierce energy of their Viking forebears. Norman armies were disciplined and formidable, their cavalry renowned for its power. They inherited the daring of the Sea Kings and married it to the feudal structure of the Frankish world, creating a force that would leave its mark far beyond France. One of the most famous descendants of Rollo was William, later called the Conqueror. In 1066, William, Duke of Normandy, crossed the English Channel with his knights and defeated Harold Godwinson at the Battle of Hastings. In that moment, the descendants of Vikings who had once terrorized France became rulers of England, binding the fate of Normandy and England together for centuries. The Norman conquest reshaped the English language, law, and aristocracy, embedding Norse legacy into the very fabric of Britain. But Normandy's influence did not stop there. Norman adventurers carved out realms in southern Italy, Sicily, and even the Holy Land. In each place, they displayed the same adaptability that had defined their ancestors. Fierce warriors, yet pragmatic rulers, blending with local cultures while maintaining their distinct identity. In Sicily, they ruled over a cosmopolitan kingdom where Latins, Greeks, Arabs, and Jews coexisted under Norman kings. From raiders to empire builders, the arc of Norman history is one of transformation unmatched in medieval Europe. The legacy of Normandy is also the legacy of the Viking Age itself, the ability to adapt, to absorb, to endure. Where once the Franks prayed to be spared from the fury of the Northmen, they later found in these same Northmen their most reliable defenders. Normandy became a bulwark of the French crown, its dukes loyal vassals in name, but powerful lords in fact. The duchy's blend of Norse boldness and Frankish order made it one of the most dynamic regions of medieval Europe. In the story of Normandy, we see the Viking Age in miniature. The terror of raids gave way to settlement, the violence of conquest to the stability of lordship, the pagan past to Christian identity. Yet the memory of the Norse origins remained, a reminder that beneath the castles and cathedrals lay the legacy of longships and axes. Normandy stood as proof that the Vikings were not merely destroyers, but creators of new worlds, leaving behind dynasties and cultures that would shape Europe for centuries. Every age has its dawn, and every age has its dusk. For nearly 3 centuries, Viking sails had dominated the horizons of Europe, bringing terror, trade, and transformation. Yet by the mid-11th century, the tide that once surged from the fjords began to ebb. The causes were many. Kings consolidated power at home. Christian faith replaced pagan traditions. Castles and armies grew stronger across Europe. And the age of quick raids gave way to fortified borders and standing defenses. Still, the Viking spirit was not extinguished at once. It ended fittingly on a battlefield, in a final blaze of ambition and defiance, at Stamford Bridge in 1066. The man who sought to revive Viking glory was Harald Hardrada, King of Norway. His very name meant hard ruler, and his life seemed drawn from saga. Born into exile, Harald fought as a mercenary in the Varangian Guard of Byzantium, amassing wealth and renown. He returned to Norway, claimed its throne, and dreamed of uniting the North under his command. But his ambitions stretched further. He sought the crown of England, claiming it by a tenuous agreement made years earlier. In 1066, when the English king Edward the Confessor died without an heir, Harald saw his chance. With a fleet of over 200 ships, he sailed west, determined to carve a new empire. At first, his campaign met with success. Joined by Tostig Godwinson, the exiled brother of England's new king Harold Godwinson, Harald Hardrada stormed into northern England. At Fulford, near York, his forces crushed an English army, spreading fear once more of the Norse onslaught. The victory seemed to echo the triumphs of earlier Viking hosts, promising a rebirth of their power in England. But destiny had other plans. Only days later, Harold Godwinson, the English king, marched his army north with astonishing speed, covering nearly 200 miles in less than a week. On September 25th, 1066, the two forces met at Stamford Bridge. The battle was fierce, brutal, and decisive. At first, the Vikings held strong. One saga tells of a single Norse warrior standing on the narrow bridge, holding off the English with his axe until he was finally brought down from beneath. Yet the tide turned against the Norse. The English army, fresh and determined, broke their lines. Harald Hardrada, struck by an arrow in the throat, fell. His dream of conquest shattered. The defeat was catastrophic. Of the 200 ships that had carried Harold's army, only a few dozen returned to Norway. The great host was gone, its warriors slain or captured, its king dead. For England, the Viking threat that had loomed for centuries ended in that moment. Though Norsemen would remain part of English society, the era of great invasions was finished. Stamford Bridge became the symbolic end of the Viking Age. Yet even in defeat, the Vikings shaped destiny. Only 3 weeks after Stamford Bridge, Harold Godwinson marched south to face another invader, William, Duke of Normandy, himself a descendant of Viking settlers. At the Battle of Hastings, Harold fell, and William claimed the English crown. Thus, in a twist of fate, the Vikings lost England in one battle and regained it in another, not as pagan raiders, but as Christian lords, their legacy carried by the Normans. The decline of Viking power was not limited to England. Across Scandinavia, the old ways were giving way to new. Kings like Harald Bluetooth and Olaf Tryggvason had bound their peoples to Christianity. The jarls and petty warlords who once launched raids were subdued by centralized monarchies. Castles, stone walls, and organized armies across Europe blunted the effectiveness of quick Viking strikes. Trade routes shifted, silver from the east dwindled, and the great age of expansion closed. But decline did not mean disappearance. The Norse left indelible marks wherever they went. In Ireland, their towns, Dublin, Limerick, Waterford, endured as centers of commerce. In England, the Danelaw shaped language and law. In Russia, the Varangians laid foundations for states that would endure for centuries. In Normandy, their descendants conquered kingdoms and reshaped Europe. Even in Iceland, Greenland, and the sagas of Vinland, their memory lingered as explorers of the edge of the world. Stamford Bridge was the end of the Viking Age, but not of the Viking spirit. It marked the close of an era defined by longships and axes, but the beginning of a legacy that would live on in dynasties, languages, and cultures across continents. The dragon prows no longer haunted the rivers of Francia or the coasts of England, but their shadow stretched far beyond their time. The Vikings did not vanish. They transformed. From raiders to rulers, from pagans to Christians, from outsiders to kings and dukes, they became part of the very fabric of medieval Europe. Stamford Bridge was their last great battle, but their story was far from over. It lived on in the Normans, in the sagas, and in the very bones of the people whose ancestors once watched the horizon with fear. The Viking Age ended on the battlefield of Stamford Bridge in 1066, but the Vikings themselves never truly disappeared. Their longships may have ceased to prowl the rivers of Francia. Their raids no longer terrorized monasteries, and their pagan temples lay silent. Yet their legacy endured. In languages, in laws, in dynasties, in the imagination of the world. The Northmen became more than warriors. They became symbols of endurance, exploration, and transformation. Their spirit, forged in fjords and fires, carried forward through the centuries, shaping the very fabric of Europe and echoing into the modern world. One of the most tangible legacies of the Vikings lies in place names and language. Across England, towns bear Norse suffixes dash, by, dash, farm, dash, thorpe, dash, settlement, dash, thwaite, dash, clearing. Words from Old Norse seeped into Old English, merging into the language that would become modern English. Everyday words like sky, knife, egg, window, and husband are gifts of the Norse tongue. In Scotland and Ireland, Gaelic languages absorbed Norse terms. In Russia, the very name Rus recalls their presence. Even centuries after their ships vanished, their voices lived on in the words spoken by millions. Their impact on governance was equally profound. The Danelaw introduced legal traditions that influenced English common law. The Althing of Iceland, one of the world's earliest parliaments, established a model of communal decision-making that endures to this day. The Normans, descendants of Rollo, carried Viking energy into feudal structures, reshaping England after 1066 with castles, courts, and administration that combined Norse vigor with Frankish order. The rulers of Russia traced their lineage to Varangian founders. Everywhere the Vikings went, they not only conquered, but also built, leaving behind systems that lasted long after the last longship sailed. Culturally, their sagas and myths became eternal treasures. In Iceland, long after conversion to Christianity, poets preserved the stories of Odin, Thor, Loki, and Ragnarok. These myths, written down in the Poetic Edda and Prose Edda, survived the centuries to inspire later generations. From Wagner's operas to Marvel comics, from fantasy novels to television series, the Norse gods stride across modern imagination as vividly as they did in ancient skaldic verse. The sagas of heroes, Ragnar Lodbrok, Egil Skallagrimsson, the sons of Harald Fairhair, still captivate, offering timeless lessons of courage, cunning, and the inexorable pull of fate. Their legacy also lies in exploration. Long before Columbus, Viking sailors reached Greenland and North America. Though their settlements at Vinland were short-lived, the fact that they crossed the Atlantic at all speaks to their unparalleled seamanship. Modern explorers marvel at the precision of their longships, vessels capable of withstanding the open ocean, yet agile enough to navigate shallow rivers. Archaeological discoveries such as the site at L'Anse aux Meadows in Newfoundland prove that the sagas were not mere fantasy, but testimony to human daring at the edge of the world. Yet perhaps the greatest legacy of the Vikings lies in their adaptability. Few peoples in history have transformed so completely. From pagan raiders, they became Christian kings. From exiles, they became emperors' guards. From mercenaries, they became dukes and conquerors. Their descendants ruled Normandy, conquered England, carved kingdoms in Italy and Sicily, and served as elite warriors in Byzantium. What began as scattered clans in northern fjords became dynasties and states that shaped Europe for centuries. The Vikings were not only destroyers, but creators. Not only raiders, but builders of worlds. The modern fascination with Vikings speaks to something deeper. We admire their courage in the face of fate, their willingness to sail into the unknown, their fierce independence. At the same time, we remember the brutality of their raids, the suffering they inflicted, and the darkness of slavery and conquest. Their legacy is thus dual, both inspiration and warning, both awe and fear. Like the gods they worshipped, they were flawed, contradictory, larger than life. In Scandinavia today, their memory is celebrated in festivals, museums, and scholarship. In Iceland, the sagas remain national treasures. In Britain, Ireland, France, and Russia, echoes of their presence linger in names, laws, and traditions. In popular culture, their image, sometimes romanticized, sometimes brutal, continues to sail the seas of imagination. The dragon prows may be gone, but they live on in every tale of exploration, every story of courage, every myth of heroes facing doom with pride. The Viking Age reminds us of the power of transformation. It began with a raid on a monastery in Lindisfarne in 793, an act of violence that shocked Europe. It ended at Stamford Bridge in 1066, with the death of Harold Hardrada and the collapse of Viking power. Yet between those two moments stretched nearly 3 centuries in which the Northmen reshaped the world. They were feared, hated, admired, and emulated. They tore down, but they also built. They brought death, but also life. They lived in the shadow of Ragnarok, yet they left behind a legacy that still endures 1,000 years later. The Viking Age has ended, but the Vikings have never left us. They remain in our languages, our stories, our culture, and our imagination. They stand as a testament to humanity's restless spirit, the urge to sail beyond the horizon, to seek honor in the face of fate, to carve meaning from both triumph and tragedy. And so, as we close this saga, we remember. The Vikings were not only men and women of their time, but also eternal symbols of what it means to be human. Bold, flawed, enduring, and forever chasing the horizon. As the sagas fall silent and the echoes of Longships fade beyond the horizon, we are left with the enduring spirit of the North. The Viking Age was never only about axes and fire. It was about courage in the face of fate, the hunger to explore the unknown, and the power to transform both themselves and the world they touched. From the icy fjords of Norway to the green shores of Vinland, from the halls of Kiev to the golden domes of Constantinople, the Vikings carved their presence into history. And though their age ended nearly 1,000 years ago, their legacy endures. In our words, in our laws, in our stories, and in the restless beating of the human heart that forever seeks new horizons.